Shenda live follow. Eh?
Mic check.
Man like hello. Ni aje? Kwa hizi?
Kabisa labda.
Bas. Leo sasa ndio ile siku point lazima kwa meza. Je, hello.
Kwanza. Mic check.
Huwa anapiga bisha lakini akabaki nazo. Wanakuteta chini ya mataa. Utasumbua. Lazima kweli naambia bana hizo vitu haziko.
Kali.
Hai.
Kali
is
Anajificha kwako.
Kali is not seeing you. Hai. Jalubo kuja.
Na force mama.
Hiyo jalupo unasema. Unasema aje?
Sasa tumekwambia ndio utakuwa hapa leo.
Hapa chini.
So sasa nataka control hii kitu. Sasa
angalia tu kibudi yako penye.
Utajua leo kwa kazi. So, but nitakusaidia. Sawa. So sasa
Kolo toka hapo.
Nataka unaona tunaweza kusimama hapo. Wapi?
Flash.
Yeah.
So simu
Tasumbua. Oh, Kolo. Shika. Duvise.
Click to transfer.
Kolo tebu charge simu yako. Twende hivi. Kolo. Wamebarikiwa naye.
Kichwa kubwa, akili ndogo.
Transition.
Yes, ni clean. Yuko sawa. Kulu.
In kiasi.
So good afternoon and welcome to Masinde Muliro University grounds. This is Scrummage Africa TV. My name is Colin Samanga and I'm with Dave Mwaura. Dave Mwaura, we are into week 5. Yesterday, first of all, you managed to witness that 81-21 win for Kabras Sugar, extending their lead on top of the table to 25 points. Maybe we start there. What do you make of that performance from Kabras Sugar yesterday?
Yes, indeed. Yesterday we were at Kakamega SK Showground. But before maybe continue, just from Scrummage Africa and Scrummage TV, we want to pass our message of condolences to the family, relatives, and the Strathmore University fraternity for the passing on of their player, Chano, who was an excellent player. He is being laid to rest today, so may his soul rest in peace. Na for Strathmore Leos, poleni sana. Maybe for the game, I think it was an exhausting game. Leos actually, the spirit of Chano. We were talking to the captain and he said they were playing for Chano in that encounter, and I think they became the first team to score 3 converted tries against Kabras RFC at home in a very, very long time. I can't remember the last time Kabras actually in regular season conceded almost three tries. But all in all, Kabras managed to maybe secure themselves, compose themselves, because at some point there were maybe a moment of lapse here and there, but they managed to compose themselves, and it was a routine win for Kabras. But kudos to Strathmore Leos. They missed the bonus point, but they showed that the intention was clear, and going forward, I think with that boost of momentum, I think they're going to perform well.
Okay, yeah, you talked about Chano is being laid to rest today, and he played for several clubs. Talk of Kenya Harlequin, talk of Homeboys, talk of Strathmore Leos, Kenya Harlequin. So he's a person who is widely traveled so far, and may his soul rest in peace. That's why that match was played yesterday on Friday to allow Strathmore Leos to attend the burial today at I think it's in Alego. Yeah, in Siaya. So may his soul rest in peace. Today we are here for the first time in a very long time. I think the last time a Kenya Cup match was hosted here, it's that match that Masinde Muliro University were relegated, losing to Mwamba. I think it was 18-14. So since then, this venue has not hosted a Kenya Cup match, but today it's going to host a Kenya Cup match. But that is a story of maybe later in the evening. Early on, we are having that Eric Shirley Shield match between Menengai Oilers and MUST. Remember, these two sides never played the opening leg, MUST dishing out a walkover, and then after this we have had that run. Menengai Oilers obviously traveling last weekend to Kisumu. This weekend they're traveling to Kakamega. Do you think traveling costs teams?
Yes, of course, traveling costs teams, because in terms of planning, players arrangement and everything, accommodation, etc. But for a team like Oilers, I don't think they're a financial powerhouse. I consider them a top financial powerhouse team in Kenya right now. I don't think traveling and maybe accommodation for them is a hard thing, but it takes a toll on the players, especially because they're not playing at home. This is a new ground. Most of them have been playing here at MUST. So I see some few players like Nesol Makoha, Emmanuel Mula, the prop. But for other players, I think it takes a toll on them. And last weekend on Kisumu, they were defeated by Kabras. I'm expecting a bounce back today. So for me, I think traveling, yes, it costs some players maybe some emotional thing here and there. But for a team like Oilers, I don't think that's something that we can say it will maybe underperform them today.
Okay, in the background, MUST and Menengai Oilers warming up. Now, the big question here is Masinde Muliro not played so much games this season. The opening match was a friendly against Kabras, second string side of the ESS, where they lost. I think it was a close one, 22 points to around 7. And then they played again Kabras in the league phase, the opening match, where they lost 33 points. Now they come here again at their home turf. You saw that match against Cabras. Yes, they didn't score much points. I think it was only 6 or 3 points, but they give a good account of themselves. Coming up against Oilers, apart from that Cabras loss, they have been whipping opponents left, right, and center. Do you think MUST has it what it takes to maybe bring a challenge in this encounter?
Considering Oilers are the defending champions of the Irish Shield, this is a very, very difficult match, I can say, for MUST. But one thing with MUST is they are very, very a surprising package. You can never maybe measure them with how they'll play. But for Oilers, going against all odds favor them, because this is a bounce back for them. We saw their coach Gibu Weru last weekend in Kisumu, and I think the message was clear when you see the coach coming to see how they'll perform against Cabras, and they were defeated. I think the message is clear. Today, there is no stone unturned. I think today Oilers will bounce back. But again, for MUST, like I've said, they are a very, very surprising package. If Oilers at all maybe sleep, maybe moment of lapse here and there, MUST can actually shock Oilers. But for me, I think today this is maybe all odds favor Oilers today. They have experienced players. We can see some few players who are in the Kenya Simba setup. Players like Nelson Makoha last season, he was an outstanding player for them. Very crucial, especially in the final. He's a good flanker. He can rope in at second row. He's a good jumper. He's a good, very disciplined player in the rack and all. So for me, I think the experience will play a very big role for Oilers today. Considering most of maybe most students here, maybe we will find them there second years, maybe first year, second years. So for me, I think the experience part in Oilers team will play a very, very crucial role, and I'm expecting them to maybe take it home today. Okay,
looking over my shoulder, you've talked about Kenyan international experience, and we see the likes of Simon Somo again for the second weekend playing for the Eric Shali Shield side. I'm seeing your favorite in jersey number 4, Collins Kabayo, getting an opportunity to play this time round. We are seeing, obviously, you talked about the likes of Akina Mula getting a chance to play in this. Some people have been promoted from this squad from last week to the Cup side. Talk of Charles Osgood, who captained this side last weekend. We have Collins Okoth starting today for the Cup side. So those are some of the shifts that are being there. But looking at these young boys, you say second years, first years, coming up against experienced names, okay, facing the likes of Nelson Makoha, who was one of the outstanding players last season in Kenya Cup. We saw Onsomo, who is starting at 10 today. He played even in for the Kenya Simbas before picking that injury. How would you, if you are the youngsters in the MUST squad, how would you feel maybe knowing that you are coming up against these experienced names that have even played for the national team?
Yeah, it's a very, very exciting opportunity, especially for youngsters. If at all, we have been at the Cabras setup. I've talked to some few youngsters at Cabras. Obviously, I think the message is the same here at MUST. When you're a rookie and you're playing against an experienced player, obviously you're going to prove yourself. Of course, there's something that this guy has been maybe in the Kenya Simba setup. He has played, I don't know, in South Africa. He has traveled, I don't know to where. But all in all, rugby is rugby. The tackling is the same, the passing is the same, and for rookies, I think it's a moment to prove themselves, not just to themselves but also to the coach and the fans. So for me, I think it's a very, very exciting opportunity for the MUST players to maybe go against players who have been in the setup for a long time. It shows that the rugby is growing, and to have a pool like MUST rugby having a experience, maybe a lot of players like this, it's an exciting maybe feature for rugby here in Kenya, because MUST has been supplying a lot of players to this club. So these players in the next maybe 2-3 years, they'll be experienced players. So this is where they should start facing tough opponents who have been in that Kenya Simba setup, and this is how they should start their rugby career. So it's a very, very exciting opportunity for them.
Okay, the big question has been, should the likes of Simon Som, because I've been checking through the comments on Cabras page, and you see Derek Ashundu has been named at number 13. We have Shem Anguyo, one of the tallest locks and best locks in the country, starting for the Eric Shali Shield side. Here we have Nelson Makoha right now. We have Simon Somo. We have several good names here that have played Kenya Cup, even in the Kenya Cup final, starting in this. So the debate has been, should these senior players be fielded in the Eric Shirley Shield squads?
For me, I think it should be. They should have a balance. I think for ESS is a good opportunity for clubs maybe to nurture their rookies, their talents, their young talents, and for senior players, I think they should have this rule where maybe we can say maybe a maximum of maybe 4 experienced or senior players. Because when you have a very big pool of players for clubs like Oilers, KCB, Cabras, it goes against that nurturing talent for small clubs like Kisumu. Kisumu, the ESS side,
very young.
Very, very young. They come from Winam, the Winam side. So that again creates that imbalance, that rugby is so one-sided. When a team faces maybe Oilers versus MMUST, the game is so one-sided. You feel like even the fans, maybe they won't even come to maybe encounter to watch the game. So for me, I think they should have a rule, maybe at most maybe four players. Like let me take you to the English Premier League, the under-21s. So the under-21s in that league, they only allow maybe a couple of players. Those players maybe who have come from injury, they are trying maybe to get some moments, come back into the game, and they have a cap. So maybe maximum of 4 players should be implemented. That creates that balance, and it creates an opportunity for young players maybe in the Oilers peer squad to maybe come in and maybe test the waters and maybe prove the coach wrong that yes, you can maybe balance the ESS side with senior players, but also us as youngsters, we can take this mantle and we can maybe prove ourselves. So I think they should have a cap. Yeah, I don't think most senior players should come to play ESS. Let the youngsters maybe prove themselves and have
okay.
that.
Let's get an example of last weekend. Cabras really brought the senior guys on board, but you look at the scoreboard, I don't think if there was any senior guy scoring. Even Griffin Chow, who was the top scorer in Kenya Cup last season, he was kept at bay in that clash. So sometimes, again, it seems like these ESS side youngsters are really prepared for these guys.
Yeah, for me, I think for a team like Cabras, the difference between ESS and the Kenya Cup side, it's very slim. You'll find a player like Lukusi, for me, I think he's an ESS player. But if you talk to the coach, he tells you like Lukusi is very close maybe to maybe to playing Kenya Cup. So in top club like Cabras, maybe Oilers and KCB, the difference between the ESS players and the Kenya Cup is very slim. So you'll find that if a player maybe is signed from maybe Cabras ESS, that player, if he goes maybe to another club, let me not mention the club, but if he signed maybe to another club, he's starting in the Kenya Cup. So that shows the levels at which you are playing at. So for a team like Cabras and Oilers, I think there's a very slim gap. But for a team like maybe MMUST, you go to teams like maybe Impala, maybe these other sides, maybe Daystar, etc. You'll find that the gap is very big. So maybe a team like Cabras playing maybe a team like MMUST, the gap that even if it's both of them, they're ESS teams, but the gap is very wide. Yeah.
Because again, we saw on day one them fielding almost an under 20 squad, and it managed to beat the Mosotra Sema. Walikuwa Rika Sem, and it ended 22-7.
Yes, indeed. That's actually a very good example. We were there in the first opening match, and if you saw the Cabra side, those kids, the way they were playing, those kids actually can give some few top clubs here in Kenya Cup a run for their money. And these are small kids, 17, 18 years old, who have been like the Matangi guy who was at KCRFC, very young players. But if you see the level at which these guys are playing, they managed to maybe outsmart a team like MMUST. So it shows the levels at which these top clubs are playing. And for me, I think, yeah, like I was saying, the ESS side and the Kenya Cup side for this top club is very minimal. So when you come maybe talking to clubs like maybe Daystar, MMUST, GGC, I think we should have that cap that let youngsters play. Let's not engage senior players more. It gives an opportunity for the rookies at least to prove themselves. So let's have that cap, yeah. 4 players maximum.
Okay, so that is Mwaura's thought on the Eric Shirley Shield setup. And I think yeah, it was meant for development, and if they manage to balance between maybe 4 players, and then these others should be the youngsters, then it is it will be one of the crucial steps in development. Menengai Oilers there on your screen doing the final hurdle. Dave Moura, maybe your final thoughts, and which players do you think are to watch for the Menengai Oilers side?
Definitely. So for the Menengai Oilers, definitely a player to watch obviously is Collins Caballo, signed from South Coast Pirates, and he's a very good lock. He has been having some few injuries issues, and I think they signed him to maybe increase that depth into their squad. He hasn't really maybe get those minutes, but this is a very, very crucial opportunity for him to prove that going into the new season, he will prove himself, maybe be in the Kenya Cup setup. Another player to look out to is Onsomo, of course. He's an experienced player running the strings here and there. Nelson Makoha, of course, and Charles Osgood. These are players that obviously they should be, maybe all of the Oilers players will be dependent on them because of the experience and everything. But for Caballo, I think this is a very good opportunity for him to maybe start proving himself.
Okay, thank you very much for tuning in. We hope that you are going to join us for the upcoming 90 minutes, 80 minutes, I mean. But we have those additional minutes. Dave Moura, I'll allow you to step into the other side so that we can be ready for that commentary. So remember to subscribe, like. This is Scrummage Africa TV. My name is Colin Samanga. Coming up is Masinde Muliro University, Eric Shali Shield side taking on Menengai Oilers, who are the defending champions. Confusion at the back, but Masinde Muliro University managed to sustain, to put the visitors on pressure early on. They know that they need to play in the right areas, and they have now a scrum, an attacking scrum deep in Menengai Oilers 22. Dave Moura, another opportunity for Masinde Muliro University.
Yeah, they've kept it very, very simple, Masinde MMUST FC. I think for them, it's just a matter of playing in the green zones. So far, so good for them. The exits have been very, very perfect. And this is a very, very good opportunity to score inside Oilers 5. The terrain favors them. Of course, you know the most grounds, so the terrain favors them at the moment. And it's a very, very good opportunity. Their forwards have been very, very disciplined in the tackles and in containing the Oilers forwards, maybe momentum. So let's wait and see how it goes.
An 8th-man pick for Masinde Muliro University. Menengai Oilers trying to hold them high, but they have to build patiently here. If they have to get something on this board, they get a penalty. They decide to be patient, but I think a quick tap maybe would have gotten this side still napping.
Yes, indeed. It's always easier when you're away out of the field, but when you're inside the field, it's always the decisions maybe might be foggy. But most opting for the points, I think, is a very, very good decision. They've kept maybe the Oilers side at bay so far, and it's good to stretch their lead. So 10 points incoming for MUST FC in the first maybe 15 minutes of the game. Maybe it's a very, very big surprise call for maybe something that we did not expect.
Yes, it is, and the points have come from one man, the man in jersey number 8, grabbing a try and conversion and a penalty. So 10 points for Masinde Muliro University early on here at MUST grounds. What a surprise early on. Let's see what response this Menengai Oilers outfit will have. It seems it is a too difficult weekend for them. Last weekend in Kisumu and this weekend now here at MUST grounds.
Yes, indeed. Like I was saying to the fans, of course, MUST FC being maybe the underdogs, they have the right to prove themselves. 2 away trips for Oilers, it's always going to be difficult for them to maybe bounce back. And as you can see, MUST are very, very fresh. And this number 8 guy is really, really terrorizing them. I don't know if he's a forward or a back, but he's really, really terrorizing them. All the points have come from him. And the referee calls on for a knock. As Oilers enters into the half of the field.
Yes, a lot of things have been going Masinde Muliro's way early on in this match. Sometime, some coaches tell you that we just have to get some few points to be happy about this. We are not going to win this. I don't know what were the thoughts from the head coach, John Asila. Obviously, he's a coach who I have worked under, and it's somebody who will tell you that this is a winnable match. And looking at even the sizes, they are almost similar. Maybe the conditioning will be the different aspects, as Samon Somo gives a loose pass there. Menengai Oilers, Calvin Malewa with the ball in hand, goes in contact. Menengai Oilers still on attack. Arak there, quickly released to the Caballo there in the headgear. First appearance for the ESS side. A penalty for Menengai Oilers. If it was you, what would you have gone for at this point of the field?
I think Oilers have good jumpers. For me, I'll go for a line out, just trying to pin MUST at their maybe at their 22, and try maybe to score. And if there's a moment Oilers need to score it now. If they maybe miss these opportunities when they enter into their half, this is the opportunity for them to score. And true to my words, they go for a line out. Let's wait and see how it unfolds.
Okay, a line out for Menengai Oilers throughout the preseason and the early matches of the season. We have seen their senior side doing well in terms of lineouts, and well claimed by Kabayo in jersey 4. They opt to go for a maul, taken down. Menengai Oilers, they know the force that they have, and they decide to keep it close. Still in attack is Menengai Oilers. Now wing options, they are held a meter, they drive it forward again, picked by the man in jersey number 2. Oilers still grinding, chasing for at least points, but a loose pass again allows them to go several meters, but the referee will be going to the pocket, and a yellow card to Masinde Muliro University. What a blow early on to get a yellow card. They lose their man to a yellow card. And Oilers now have an advantage. One-man advantage with a scrum to come. Obviously losing their tight head to a yellow card. That is 10 minutes out. In 10 minutes, Dave Moura is a lot of minutes in 15s.
Yes, indeed. The 15th game, obviously, even 5 minutes for a team, it's enough to, to counter-attack and maybe register a win. So for Oilers, I think it's the first time they've entered and Oilers enter into the scoreboard for the first time in this game. I think it's Nelson Makoha with the try. And for the first time in this game, Oilers enter the scoreboard. Scores now reading 10-5.
Yes, 10-5 of that scrum. And they manage now to trim the gap with a conversion to come. Should they score the conversion, then they'll be moving just 3 points behind Menengai Oilers with an extra man. I mean MUST with an extra man. A conversion by Tony Okech is good, and they lead 7-0. They trail 10-7. I mean, in this encounter, they trail by 3 points right now. A game that MUST started very strong, and now they lead by 3 points. And as you know, in 15s, it will be MUST kicking to Menengai Oilers. MUST bullied there in contact, but they keep possession. They know that they have less numbers, and another break there. Their tight head, their loose head prop sending the scrum half down flying. Masinde Muliro really meaning business early on here. From the way they have conducted themselves, they managed to keep possession. Referee calls for an knock-on following that kick. I think it was a miscommunication that led to not fielding that ball well. You can let us know where you are following this from. We are coming live to you from the Masinde Muliro University grounds.
Scrum for Menengai Oilers after a knock-on by Musa FC. And the scrum is moving as Oilers crosses the half of the field. Pass to Onsomu. Onsomu sees Oilers working on overlap inside wing, but it is Onsomu on the scrum of duties, and yes, also good. Tries to float to Lesson Makoha, but is down. Onsomu trying to bring his forwards into the game. Somu decide to shift the point of attack as Oilers gain us into the most defense. Here's Kabayo going in. Oilers now inside the most 22. Here comes Oilers forwards. A rolling maul for Oilers as Nelson Makoha calls it. It will be Mamula. Oilers in. Second try of the game for Oilers. It's that man, former Sarisi player Emmanuel Mula going over for the whitewash. Second try for the defending champions Menengai Oilers here. And the conversion will be very, very easy for them. As Emmanuel Mula dives over down the center post. Menengai Oilers making the intentions clear, very, very deep into the game. They enter the lead for the first time. Conversion is good. 14 points the Menengai Oilers. As Musa FC still in 10. 14-10 the scores here at Moose Grounds, Kakamega. Remember, this is Scrummage TV coming to you live from Masinde Muliro University grounds. Menengai Oilers now in the driver's seat as Moose tries to reclaim the game. Here's number 9 with the restart. Willie send it wide, sends it deep into the Menengai Oilers 22 as the winger collects it. Couple of dummies, but is brought down. An offload to his counterpart. Menengai Oilers will be looking for a very quick exit, but the referee calls for an infringement. The player there not releasing the ball. And of course, the referee, my good friend Mr. Odera, says to the Oilers player, obviously when you go down, you must release the ball. Moves to the turnover. The scrum half alerting the hooker that the ball is coming in. Perfect place maybe for a scrum. In the blind side, it allows maybe the backs to run the ball. There comes the fly half. Goes wide to his center. Moves trying to create an overlap. But the referee says the ball went to knock on. Again, it was a perfect opportunity for Must, but it goes into West as Oilers reclaims the ball. In this right wing, boasting bigger forwards, they go for a scrum. Very, very interesting times here. Zoilas command the game 14-10. To be very good opportunity to see how their backs have maybe arranged themselves. As the referee calls for a bind. Menengai Oilers, of course, having lost their previous game to Cabras RFC, this is an opportunity for them maybe to bounce back as the scrum halves. Remember, MMUST are still one man down as their prop was sent into the sin bin following a referee spotting an infringement by him. The referee is having a word with most players, maybe trying to tell them contain yourself, remain disciplined, listen to my whistle, and maybe follow my instructions, as the captain assures the referee that no more, no less. You are the conductor of the game, so we'll listen to you. Oilers this time opting to go for a line out, again using the good height advantage of their big marauding forwards. And this time, let's see if they'll be able to maybe beat the distance between the line out and the whitewash. As well as bomb squads passing maybe in front of your camera, going for a warm-up. The coach has decided it's time for them to maybe warm their legs. As Collins Amanga joins me, maybe Collins. Oilers now in the driver's seat. What is your comment on that?
Yeah, I'll say the yellow card maybe has undone Masinde Muliro University, because you see they had started strongly. They had started strongly, and now they trail by 4 points, but it's something that they'll be happy with it, because if you check, maybe many people did not expect that the scoreline will be this way. At some point, having most being in the lead, leading 10 points. Few people would have expected that, but yes, they have been able to start strongly. A turnover for Masinde Muliro, but a loose pass. I don't think if he knew there was somebody there, he just guessed that his teammate was there and released the ball. A blunder that I saw also in the preseason against Kisumu, where a Masinde Muliro player passed to an opponent, giving an opponent an easy try. Maybe that is why some teams, but we've seen these blunders where some teams pass to the linesman, or they call him nowadays an assistant referee. We have seen scenarios where even the groundsmen have received passes, so it is something that is common. But I think Dave Moura maybe having shiny jerseys can help avoid this. That's why Cabras have a shiny jersey.
Yes, indeed. I think that's that's your call. I think for most, they've been maybe throwing the missed passes here and there. Great overlap here at the wing, but I I think, as you said, the player didn't even know maybe where his counterpart was standing, and this is why sometimes it's good maybe to wear those beeps when you're warming up, just to maybe not confuse players that maybe you are in the field or maybe you're just in the bench. So let's see how it unfolds.
Okay, MMUST again managed to pull something, regaining that possession after that loose pass. Now they have possession, a chance to clear their lines, exit their 22. This is Scrimmage Africa TV. If you're just joining us, we are coming live to you from the Masinde Muliro grounds. The last time a big boot there, a good exit from their 22. I was saying the last time we were here was during the Kenya University Games. I think it was won by Egerton. During that period, that was the last event that we were here. We've been here for pre-season matches. Now we are here for the first K-Cup match since 2023-2024. Menengai Oilers now in attack. Most have known the tactic is to hold them high and get that turnover, and they have decided to do it over and over and over again, frustrating Menengai Oilers. You will think, and obvious some banter after getting that turnover between the players. Masinde Muliro University. A free kick for Menengai Oilers. Now they regain that possession. A tough time to play. I think playing here is always a challenge because in January we have a scorching sun, in February a lot of rain, in March and April same. So it is always a tricky place to visit in terms of weather, because they keep on shifting someone Somo with a short ball to Nelson Makoha, who comes against his former employers. They play it back to Makoha again, who goes into contact. Kabayo coming in to cover that track. Menengai Oilers still in attack on Somo, being forced to cover that one. Ogutu with a pass to Kabayo. Kabayo, who gains meters for them. Will most trying to drive them back whenever they have that opportunity. And most have, as much as they've conceded, they have held on well until now. They are back to full complement of 15 players as they get another turnover. It looks like a frustrating evening or afternoon for Menengai Oilers, despite being in the lead early on.
Yes, indeed. They've been they've not been composed, especially in the breakdowns. A couple of knock-ons, missed passes here and there, and the forwards so far have not been maybe coordinating well. A good maybe exit plan for MMUST, of course. These are the red zones we talk about in rugby, and a team like Oilers, so far so good. Their forwards have been very, very bullish, and for MMUST I think it will be exciting for them to maybe to exit the inside maybe their own 22.
Okay, I think also the scoreline will be good for MMUST, even if they are trailing, because so far so good for them. They are just a try behind. Should they score, try and convert, they'll be opening a gap of almost 3 points. So everything so far so good for them. For Menengai Oilers, I think they will have wanted to have a bigger margin or a better result so far. If you look at the squad that is there, talk of Clarkson at number 9. Clarkson coming from Kenya Cup last week. He started in that match against in the 66-8 win over Strathmoleos. Most and another turnover. It's been an afternoon of turnover after turnover after turnover for most. As Kabayo goes for some consultation with the referee, he really wants to know what they need to do, but they decide to tap from their own zone, noticing that understanding that this Menengai Oilers side was still hoping that they will go to the corner, and now they now Oilers have to rise from their own zone, but the referee calls back to the previous infringement, again penalizing. Oh, it's a scrum for. It was a knock-on, and then previous to they go back to that previous infringement where Oilers now choose to go for points, where most choose to go for points. Most in the white-blue jersey. Number 8. Kick bounces off the post, but they knock at a very crucial point. We will be talking about something else, Dev Maura, should they have collected the ball well.
Yes, indeed, it was a perfect bouncing ball, and with that kind of his run, I don't think there was anyone who was stopping him. Unfortunately, he knocks it on, and Oilers have a breather here inside their own 22. As someone so rallies their forwards that we are in the red zone and we need to exit as quickly as we can. As the referee, Mr. Odera, sets the scrum. Menengai Oilers forwards here. Simon Somu passes on to his counterpart, who exits, collected by the most winger in jersey number 14. Goes into contact, brushes over on contact, but is brought down. Sets it up in the rack. Most decide to go in the open side as the scrummer collects the ball to his fly half. Here is that guy, jersey number 8.
Keep subscribing, liking, sharing, and invite friends to also follow this live stream coming live to you at the Masinde Muliro grounds. Mlindo Kabayo with the ball in hand. Menengai Oilers still working their way back. You are following this from? I'll be able to read some of the comments. So good to being bullied there by the most players. And Oilers made where you are following this from. You can see Nicole saying tell Mburu Chege that he'll suffer. A line out for Masinde Muliro. Most hooker there. That is Ruben Joroge with the throw. Attacking is jersey number 8, Mulindo, as they milk another penalty. And they decide to go. He's pointing, Mulindo is pointing at the corner as the ball is thrown to Eric Ogutu, a key figure in this squad last season as they went to win the Eric Shali Shield. He was signed from Catholic. A line out for Oilers. Njoroge with the throw. Rises high is Kabayo who picks the ball. Now Oilers trying to drive that maul. They peel off. But he's isolated. After peeling off, they managed to retain possession. Menengai Oilers. Another big carry from Oilers. As they go wide, Malewa goes down. They play in Joroge as they sniff that try line. Most may be hoping to get at another by with a big carry, bundling the men ahead of him out of his play. A turnover was there, but we go back to the previous infringement as it is a penalty for the visiting side, Menengai Oilers. Dave Maura complaining about the scorching sun. I wonder what the players are feeling. Under this scorching sun at Masinde Muliro ground. This is a tough to visit. Talk of the with the throw. Most they are playing and they clearly know that they don't have a lot to off pitch as it is picked by Lucky. A nice run by their blindside. Clarkson to Agwins, and a line break there for Oilers. They still attack. Big carry by Caballo, and he goes over for a try. They now move to 19 points, Maura, with a conversion to come.
Yes, indeed. Sambamba. Jua inawaka. Mimi hadi nataka ku DJ unakulipa ngapi?
DJ ametuacha bana, atako
unamuelewa.
DJ hajatufinyia transition. DJ mwehu sana.
Sasa imevuta tu hiyo nini?
Unaona ile game
changa.
Unaona? ESS like Udi alikuwa
nakumbuka
anafanya level 3 wote. Level 2. So anataka hizo company portfolio yake. So alikuwa anataka umchopie hiyo game.
Job calls, ukimake calls
like hizo ni vitu kama scrum, line out, hizo
infringements. Hiyo game peke yake. Hata hii.
Ataongea vizuri mtu wangu, wewe utajua tu vile mtabalansiana na yeye.
Wewe kunyonga chai kubwa.
Sina shida.
Ni Maragoli anakunyonga chai.
Na Maragoli alikuwa Burundi, alikuwa anauza chai.
Wewe kutoka Burundi, aliingia sijui Kenya.
Walitoa review.
Nafaa kutumia sasa wangu hizo clips sasa. So lazima
sasa cash scrum ziko ready available.
Kama ziko available zikatoa.
Scrums line out.
Liawa, sidhani mimi nimekusort la odera uko sawa. Wazi. Acha hivi.
So nimepata za Mulumbe. Tafungua.
Hii hapo. Hiki ndio white kapo kwa mmoja. Hii inakanyaga ile nyingine. Sio moto, ni baridi. Unakanyaga tu hivi na maji inakuja juu.
Wewe ulimaliza chai yako? So iko tena iko black. Nini suende na huyu mchote maji. Kwa hiyo kote. Sikudia. Wewe sasa unarudi kujiji.
Ni sawa
kama
hiyo.
ujaze scoreboard.
DJ gani? Kalisha hapa. Nimewapea hiyo.
Sasa si you know the scoreboard.
Kaya nataka kwa edit scoreboard unakuja utasondesha tu kasa sio kutembea computer. Sijui una delete tu nitakuwa naangalia utakuwa unanitapa so that I check. But tunaifunika juu. Angalia. Hiyo najua. Sasa hivi na tuseme Oilers wamejilazimisha. So uta delete backspace hii. Backspace then. Walikuwa 10 hiyo 0 inapotea.
Kuna baadhi ya vitu points yote.
Kone suluhisho ya manga.
Amesema umio hapo.
Mwenye alikuwa na convert.
Mbona nasikia usingizi man?
Don nani?
Don hata sisi.
Don.
Mbona nasikia usingizi?
Lala tu.
Don anaitonga Don na
wote kumurudi. Litali. Alikuwa minto 7. Alikana sisi pale nyuma kwa gari.
Don't see you. Kutoka siku.
Hapa zinaenda kuingia mingi.
Jua na tunamshamba.
Kuteremsha inachukua.
Apologies on that technical issues here and there. I think the sound is back on. Apologies on our end. It's the Oilers inside MMUST 22. If you're currently joining us, this is Scrummage, of course, Scrummage TV, Scrummage Africa, bringing you the double-head encounter from Asinde Muliro grounds here. Musa FC 2 against Menengai Oilers 2. Current scores: Menengai Oilers 31, MMUST 20, an 11-point difference for Menengai Oilers. And just as we were sorting out the issues on the sound, Menengai Oilers again goes over for another 5-pointer to set the lead. Current scores: Menengai Oilers 36 with the conversion to come. Musa FC 20. For the two Kenya Cup sides, MMUST versus Impala currently warming up. My cameraman guys points at the hedge. You will see Musa FC players currently setting up their warm-ups, ready to face on Impala FC. Conversion comes in. It sails wide. Current scores remain: Menengai Oilers 36, Musa FC 20. As former Musa FC prop Emmanuel Muller currently trading his game at Menengai Oilers, calls in his players, rallies his players that we're still in the lead, but we need maybe to further stretch the lead. Musa FC trailing here. They started really well this second half, but they've allowed momentum maybe to shift into Menengai Oilers side. The restart coming in from Musa FC. Remember, if you're joining us, this is Scrummage Africa, Scrummage TV. Remember to like, share, and maybe comment. We are live on our YouTube page. Sisi huwa tunasema rugby is our passion. Kila mechi kwa uwezo wetu lazima tutakuletea. Remember, in support of this effort, kindly just like, share, and comment where you're watching us from, and we will appreciate. Menengai Oilers scrum half getting a big hit as Musa FC again inside Menengai Oilers 22, taking a turnover. It's going to be a scrum. Big scrum coming in from MMUST. This is a big chance maybe to go further and maybe reduce the deficit.
Yes, it has opened to almost 16. And now they need to get something, at least to get that bonus for that effort that they had today. But they are flying there from the scrum. And that is a knock-on by that Moses Ajak guy. He wanted to have a quick pick, knowing that the blind side had no one. Most were playing with one man less. And now they wanted to make that advantage of the blind side. Another scrum for MMUST, coming up against one of the strongest scrums in this country. That is from Menengai Oilers. And they are driven several meters behind. Referee spots another knock-on. It is very difficult to, as a scrum of, if your scrum is being shoved this way, Dave Maura.
Yes, indeed, you know, scrum halves always looking in the support of their forwards. But then again, if the forwards are facing a very marauding forwards in the scrum, it's always going to be very difficult, maybe snatching the ball in that scrum. So yes, indeed, as you've said, as you put it, it's always very difficult to defend against maybe a big scrum from the opponent.
Yes, and that's why they say forwards are very crucial and integral part of the 15th squad. Ajak plays in on Somo opts to play in Ogutu with a big boot into MMUST 22. Will they respond with a kick? He has more numbers. He tries a switch in play. A high tackle. Playing on advantage. He's the referee. Has
Happy New Year, bwana.
Oilers are called in by the referee. Let's see which decision MMUST will be going for. Impala already warming. They are here in Kakamega for the first time since January 27th, 2024. A line out for Masinde Muliro. Remember to like, subscribe, share, and invite friends to watch this. Impala coming up soon. Immediately after this. A line out for Masinde Muliro. Looking to steal the ball. Is Oilers, but MMUST managed to keep possession. Obviously, Litali, who played a key role, has stepped out of the pitch, and it looks like he's going to be a key player when thrown into that Kenya Cup. They tried that pull-back pass, not working well for them, but the man in jersey 23 steps back, plays in a forward, pound for pound. MMUST decide to kick behind the defense, but well claimed by Menengai Oilers. Menengai Oilers have gotten a crucial line out. Just outside that. The 22, they go for that line out, well claimed. The referee calls for a retake. Kuna mali Menengai Oilers former mall driving into that 5-meter line. Menengai Oilers pushing the limits, and they'll be going over for that try. And a try for Menengai Oilers. They widen now the gap. They cross over to the 40s. Dev Mwaura. Now we can see Menengai Oilers are comfortable in this.
Yes, indeed. I think Menengai Oilers this time composed, relaxed, and they took that advantage, a territorial advantage, to the marauding forwards. We talked about maybe playing to your advantage, and they've used their forwards in that rolling maul. They went over once again in similar fashion to the Emmanuel Muller's try. Conversion to come. This time round, I think Menengai Oilers can see the end of the road in this game.
Yes, they can see the end of the road as Okech misses that conversion. It was I felt like it was in a very good position for him to drill. Kabaya steps out after good minutes and good performance in this encounter. And as Okechi misses that one, we know that Oilers are happy with what they have achieved right now. And as we said, maybe they were listening to us. Playing to their advantage was going to be crucial for them in this encounter. Most really knew how to disrupt a lot of things, but now with this such a gap, such a cushion, you play knowing you are comfortable. And you know that you have a buffer. Well kicked by Most. Jack with the ball in hand, sets a dummy into that half. Ogutu, Menegayola's Malewa with the ball in hand, tackle, but the meters gained are massive for Oilers, still attacking. And the Nakurube side, this is their second string side. These are the ESS champions. Okay, to the ball in hand, plays in Owino. Jack with a quick offload and an easy try for Ogutu as Menengai Oilers now run away with this one. Dave Maura.
This is exactly what we were talking in the first half, and obviously in the earlier moments during the second half. Just play basic, simple rugby. I think Oilers, despite the score, they'll be maybe going into Nakuru in the bus thinking maybe they could have even scored more, because if they stayed composed earlier in the game, I think these are the kind of tries we'll be seeing. But so far so good for them. I think they're running away with this current scores.
Yes, they're up to 46 points. And the conversion is good. Now they move to 48 points. Yes, Dave Maura, you said a few things at halftime that they really needed to play to their strength. We said obvious the terrain will play a crucial role in this because now it's like they are going downhill. And now you also mentioned that playing to their strength is very crucial. And once you open a wide gap, Dave Maura, it is easy to add more points and more points and more points.
Yes, indeed. It also plays a very good emotional thing. You know, most will be looking at this. This is the dying moments. Maybe in the second half, the stretch is maybe too wide. So you'll maybe start seeing maybe heads facing down, and to the advantage, Oilers will obviously exploit that maybe emotional discourage from most players. So all these factors coming into play, it gets easy for you maybe to score a couple of tries back to back. And for Oilers now, right now, I think it's free flowing, and I'm expecting a few more tries from them. But most have been maybe trying to attack very well. But let's see how it unfolds.
Yes. And you know that them being able to win the gap with 6 points, you know that at least we can win it by converting. But when it is almost 20 points, it is hard to. It is very hard to turn it around when it is over 20 points. So, as you said, an emotional control. And Menengai Oilers now in the driver's seat. I don't think if it was a knock-on for Oilers, maybe a tap for a knock-on for most, but a tap for Oilers. But the referee's decision is final, and Oilers now looking good. They have possession. Obvious, the man in jersey number 21 stepping onto the pitch was very crucial because he has been able to change a few things and add some or influence that attack. Obvious, there are changes. Ogutu with a kick, and it's charged down. It will be their line out. Line out for Oilers, Jack. Big carry into that halfway line. Malewa with a knock-on. And the referee concludes that clash. The referee concludes that clash. Menengai Oilers with 48 points. We are here at the Masinde Muliro grounds, hoping to get views from coach Menengai Oilers forwards coach Lawrence Buyachi. Last weekend, we'll be having coach Lawrence Buyachi to just give us his post-match comments on what he thinks about today's performance, and then what he expects in the coming matches. So, cameraman, if you're okay, we can just move a step, coach. Coach, you managed to grind a win later on with more tries coming in the second half. Maybe what is your overall take on today's match?
I think the boys came to the party late. I think most was a better side from they settled early in the game. They were ready and quick to get in the play. We struggled to settle in the first 20. Most were the better team in the first 20, and kept on struggling. I think towards the second, at the tail end of the first half, we got our rhythm back and we go back to the game.
Would you say maybe the substitutes played a very key role in this change, or what maybe was the reason behind that bounce in the second half?
Yeah, I think the substitute, the guys who came off the bench, I think they were brilliant. Today they take the tempo up, and our organization was much better, and they delivered for us. Yeah.
So, coach, what next? Because now you've been able to bounce back from that loss against Cabras Sugar. Obviously, it's a match that you had targeted to win. Now you have bounced back, stretching a gap on top of the table before Cabras maybe plays their fixture. Maybe what do you intend to achieve in the upcoming matches?
I think our approach remains the same, just game at a time approach. I think we're playing Kisumu after 2 weeks, and the goal remains the same, just to go and get the 5 points and wait to see how the table ends up to be like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, coach, and congratulations for the win.
Thank you.
Okay, that has been coach for the Menengai Oilers outfit, and we get to talk to Kabayo, Collins Kabayo, who will be letting us know maybe his thought on this and feeling on this, because Kabayo, you get a chance to play for the ESS side. Last weekend you were with the K-Cup side. Maybe what do you make of today's performance for Menengai Oilers?
First of all, I really thank God for the opportunity. Coming from an injury, it's been tough. So for the last weekend, I got to get some few minutes, which I need to play like I needed more playing time. So with the ESS, I'm building up slowly by slowly. So hopefully next time I'm gonna get more minutes. Then I'll be back to the Kenyan Cup.
Okay, you what would you say maybe about your performance and maybe having gotten more minutes today in the ESS?
I think it's the hard work. I've really put the work during my rehab. And coming in for Menengai, playing for the ESS, I'm just glad. And today's performance, it didn't really look very well, but we are thankful for the win. Yeah.
Okay, Kabayo, what do you intend to achieve maybe after now making that move from the Coastal South Coast Pirates now, Menengai Oilers, obvious, an outfit that has been challenging now for Kenya Cup each and every season?
I'm really looking forward to grow personally as a player and to help with the team goals, which is winning the Kenya Cup. Hopefully we will have it this season.
Okay, thank you very much, Kabayo, and congratulations. We get to hear from Kabayo, Menengai Ola's player who was signed from South Coast Pirates. We will get also to hear from the other coaches. I think for Masinde Muliro coach, he's already preparing his side for that Kenya Cup match, so we'll be getting to hear from him later on in that match. That will be after that match against Impala. Obviously, Impala coming back here after almost a year. They were here last in January 2024, where they lost 27-7 in the KRU Championship match. But after that, they managed to turn around the results and managed to win at the Kakamega Showground 12-11 and qualify for Kenya Cup. So this match has big talking points because it will matter for both sides. Talk of Impala, talk of Western, talk of MUST, who are also chasing their first win in this competition. So Dave Maura will be joining me later on, so that we can be able to look at this match in depth, and then we will be going for that live match later on. But for now, the teams are warming up and getting ready as the referee gets to call the captains for that toss, and then later on we'll be getting to hear from Dave Maura, who is here with us. Dave Maura joining me once again for the pre-match talk before this match that is coming up. Dave Maura, Impala return here. If you look at how they have performed in the previous seasons, in Kenya Cup, 2 matches, a win apiece, MUST winning one, Impala winning another one. And then in Kenya Cup, in the KRU Championship again, MUST winning the one fixture, and obviously losing that 12-11 match, which was a bit costly because it meant that they are spending another season in the KRU Championship. So today they meet at a point where Impala have already, they're up and running, just 1 win, moving them out of the relegation zone, and MUST yet to win, coming off that big loss to Black Blood, which is one of the matches that maybe we expected that these guys need to at least win and maybe turn around their fortunes, but they didn't manage even to contest well. So what do you make of today's match? What kind of match should we expect, Dave Maura?
Yeah, very, very exciting match once again. As you've said, this is a very, very crucial game for both teams. Both teams will be looking to win this game, more especially MUST RFC, because they haven't really won anything. And I think of all the fixtures that they've played with, this is what we can say. I don't want to maybe to call it an easy fixture, but a fixture where they can maybe get the maximum points. So coupling that with the recent form of maybe Impala, their win against Daystar last weekend, they'll see this as, Daystar is one of the teams that came from Championship. MUST again is one of the teams that came from Championship last season. So Impala will be looking at this like, if we can beat Daystar, then obviously we can go on in Kakamega at MUST grounds and maybe get the points, maybe to maybe solidify a place in this Kenya Cup side. So I'm expecting a very, very exciting game. Both teams will be maybe playing their all in this game, but I think for MUST, using the home advantage, considering Impala have travelled and everything, so MUST maybe you can say have an upper hand, but Impala again with their win against Daystar, it was a very commanding win. So this is a very good game. I don't even know maybe what to predict.
Okay, Dave, we saw a few cheers during that second half, and it managed to turn around maybe how MUST 2 played. Do you think today maybe the turnout is not as big as it is usually in previous matches, but you see that the fans are here? Do you think they are going to play a role on how MUST play in this encounter?
Yes, indeed. For a club, for varsity sides, especially teams like Black Blood, Daystar, and MUST, most importantly maybe Black Blood and MUST, they really bank on that massive support from their students to maybe push them, and maybe they act like they're 16 man in the field, pushing them further across their terrain. So once again today, yes, the turnout is not that good, but for MUST RFC they have very good fans, and of course Cabra's fans just across the fence, since Cabra's yesterday. They played yesterday. Today they are here maybe to support their brother. So the partnership is there between Cabras fans and maybe MUST fans. So yes, the fans will play a very, very crucial role in maybe pushing MUST FC forward to register their first win of the Kenya Cup 2026 season.
Okay, maybe I take you back to the match that we just seen. How they just played the ESS side for MUST, maybe a few non-names, maybe the likes of Donald Litali, who was crossing over from Sigalagala to this place. The way they connected themselves, the way they have played until maybe the 60th minute, where now they were unable to hold on to that pressure. But look at that performance. Does it give you hope that maybe their first team side is expected to give even a better performance?
Yes, indeed. I think from the first team going into the Kenya Cup encounter right now, they've maybe picked up the morale and the boost from their maybe younger ones, because the MUST have really put up a fight against Oilers. It was a performance that I did not expect from them at all. They really pushed Oilers to their core. But again, Oilers have won, but MUST have won the hearts of their fans again. So for the Kenya Cup players, I think they'll be looking at that game and seeing if our second team maybe have put that performance, then that's maybe a boost for us maybe to go on and win this encounter against Impala side. So yes, that performance of the ESS performance has really pushed the MUST Kenya Cup first team going into this encounter against Impala.
Impala, obvious, their coach has just passed here a few minutes ago, that is Malik Ndemi, and he said they are done with their tough, he was saying that it's good they have started with their tough fixtures. Obviously, this is a fixture he will want to try and win. 50 points over Varsity side, as you said. Now another Varsity side coming up. We know the experience that Impala have. They are the second best side when it comes to Kenya Cup in terms of most successful teams in Kenya Cup, and then talk of again going to championship and coming back. So they are one of the top sides in the country if history is to go by. So what kind of expectation do you have for them, especially coming from that big win against Daystar?
For Impala, I think they've really had a bad start into the Kenya Cup season. I remember that big thrash against Cabras RFC. That's something that can really turn players and the management down. But if you look at it, they've really bounced well. Maybe going on to win against Daystar. This win came from top clubs have been complaining. Maybe some players have come in maybe unfit from the festive season. But you see, Impala have come in, taken the maximum points against Daystar, and they're up and running. So for Impala, I think they've started the year really well, coming in from festive season. And you know, when players go into the festive season, when they come, there's that maybe knock-on CTC. Players are not fully fit. But for me, I think I'm expecting them to push in and stay in this season. Relegation is not something that for clubs like Impala, clubs like Mamba who are playing in the championship, those vocabulary are not maybe related to such clubs, because once this was a very big club, Impala. So I'm expecting them to maybe push MUST to their limits today. They can win actually this game, so it's just a matter of maybe how well they've prepared, and coming in from their win against Daystar last weekend, how has that maybe win boosted them coming in to play against MUST FC. So it will be a very exciting fixture for them.
Because you can see the teams lining up. Dave Moura, maybe what are some of the players you look up to in this match? Maybe players that you think are going to play a crucial role. We see for Impala also, they have maintained some of the players that help them qualify for that championship, that Kenya Cup, return to Kenya Cup. The likes of Quinto Ongo, Makia, Timothy, we have the likes of Tyson Otieno still in their setup. So for both sides, you can let us know which players do you think are going to play a key role?
For MUST FC, I think they've been banking on their forwards so far of the games that I've seen against Cabras, and of course this is the second Kenya Cup game that I'm witnessing, and backing on the forwards, I think their captain Collins Ngoko, I see former Cabras player there, I can't remember his name, I think it's Masharia or something. These are players that will be looking maybe to like we've said, rugby is a forwards game, and the forwards pack, I think it will be very, very interesting to see. I see Nelson Makoha there, former Western Bulls flanker. These are some of the players that I'll be looking to see how they'll maybe help Moose, because he's a new acquisition from Western Bulls. So we'll be looking to see how he'll maybe help Moose win this game.
Okay.
Sorry, the name is Karanja, Ismail Karanja.
Ismail Karanja, some of the experienced names in the outfit. So the match is set to kick off. Final photos as these teams get to the pitch. Impala huddling there on the background. So we are ready for this. And remember to invite now friends, family to follow this encounter live on Scrummage Africa. Next up is the match.
Tunaweza pataje hiyo game yenye tumecheza?
YouTube tu. Scrummage Africa. Scrummage Africa, but bado iko live.
Niandikie. Tafadhali.
Scrummage.
Nikiingia hapo ndaipata.
Ingia tu YouTube. Hata iko live bado ni connect nayo. Scrummage. Yeah, AGE. Scrummage. Yeah, Africa.
Ndaipata hapo nikitafuta.
Utaipata hapo YouTube. Africa.
Sawa. Asante.
Welcome.
Papa, music.
Well in. This is Scrummage Africa, Scrummage TV. Ready for the game of the day, Mustar FC against Impala FC. Two sides that we're looking for a win today. Remember Impala coming on from a win against Daystar last weekend. Big win for them, propelling them out of the relegation zone. Mustar FC again will be banking on their home advantage and their fans. Of course, Mustar FC this season haven't registered a single win. They'll be looking to win this game and maybe propel themselves out of the relegation zone. These are two sides that are in the relegation battle zone. We are expecting a very, very exciting, crucial and grinding match. Mustar FC, of course, with the opening mantra of the game. I see the coaches here, Diamond, of course, Papa Sila having conversation here and there. Maybe Papa Sila is asking Demo, let us win this game, but Demo is saying, no. We are here to win it. At the center referees, Impala will be kicking this off. Their fly half, getting a feel of the ball, asking the players maybe to where the ball will be going. Mustar FC on their toes, looking to receive the ball. The whistle is off, and here we go. Most fly half send is high, but then again, the referee calls in for a knock-on as an Impala player knocks on the ball. Mustar FC inside the half with the first scrum of the game. This time around, Moose will be looking for a very quick exit. Remember, the match started by a 1 minute silence for the fallen Strathmore Leos player who will be late race today, Saturday. at Siaya. Veron Kaburu off the scrum. Passes on to his center. The center goes into contact, goes down. Then again the referee calls the player not releasing. Quick start from Impala, but the referee says no. Wait. And referee is having a word with the MMUST player, maybe trying to tell him, listen to my instruction. Impala opening for a line out deep inside MMUST 22. They'll be calling in the big locks and forwards, the engine room, as they are famously known. Maybe to take on this line out. MMUST defending patiently here. They know this is a very dangerous zone, and any lack of concentration will result in an Impala score, so they are on their toes. Line out to Impala as the hooker set up the line out. Remember, if you're joining us, this is Scrummage TV. Match of the day, MMUST RFC taking on Impala RFC. Impala with the overthrow, and Veron Kaburu collects the ball. MMUST now with the ball. Their winger tries to collect the ball, but it bounces off. MMUST number 4, brushing off tackles, going down. Veron Kaburu obviously setting up an exit. Big hit from the props, with the cheers from the crowd. Of course, the bench is cheering on the players, MMUST players. The exit is coming in. Boots it out. Not a clean exit, but an exit after all. They gain some few meters off the danger zone. The referee marks where the jumpers will stand. It's an Impala throw. Impala started this game very well, pushing on the territory of MMUST. MMUST haven't really crossed the half line of the field. This time it was a clean line out, but the jumper knocks it on. The referee signals an advantage. Veron Kaburu goes in, collects the ball, hits the big lock. Big hit from the big lock. But then again the referee says no advantage. We return back to the advantage.
4 minutes. 44.
It assures the Impala force that it was a knock-on. Scrum feed to MMUST RFC, who will be looking to exit this their own half early into this game. I seen Demo consulting with his assistants in the touchline. Veron Kaburu with the ball. The referee having a word with the forwards, trying to engage with them. Let the scrum be stable. Let us have some discipline. Of course, Veron Kaburu with the ball there. Veron Kaburu, a very exciting figure here at MMUST for the 15th and 7th side. Versatile player, can play at number 9, can play at number 10, and can also play at number 12. MMUST with the big exit, but the ball doesn't find touch. Up goes the Impala winger. The referee spots an offside offense. An offside offense. Consultation from the TJ, Mr. Odero, who has just ref the Meninga Oilers against MMUST RFC game. But after consultation, the referee says it was a no arms tackle. So they return. It's an Impala penalty. They opted for a lineup this time round inside MMUST 22. Maybe Colin Samanga, you're joining us for the first time in this game. 5 minutes maybe in. What are your comments?
Yes, most have been able to hold on possession in some minutes, but the challenge has been it is in their own 10 or in their own half, so they have not been able to exit. As we said, for Kenya Cup, they will ensure that they start by playing left to right, so that the second half they can have an easy maybe way out, but it's never easy because it's a rugby match. But that is the tactic that they have gone with. So yet to exit, but they really understand that they have to play in right areas if they have to pick a result from this encounter. Just to let you know that a number of players, talk of Quinto Ongo, talk of the likes of Tim Makia, Reynold and Vate are some of the players that were here when last season or in 2024 when these teams faced off in the KRU Championship. Talk of Quinto Ongo. So jersey number 9, Keith Baraza, with a long pass to Mr. Tyson Otieno, one of the longest serving players here at Impala alongside Quinto. That is a big carry from Victor Imela. Impala still working on that, hoping to get early points, but the man in jersey 3, Brian Ochieng, is driven meters back, lifted and driven meters back, exciting Masinde Muriro fans. Impala now playing Quinto Ongo, one of the longest serving players, also played a huge role in this team in previous seasons. Man in jersey number 1, call him Warren Akaranga, goes down for a rack. Keith Baraza releases it to find, call him Brody Kagai, as they go back to that penalty. Keith Baraza with the ball in hand, donning jersey 9. Has Impala elect to go for a penalty. They know 3 points are better than none. And just to give you some statistics in terms of form, Impala come to this there on your screen. Impala come to this having played 4 matches, and after playing 4 matches they have been able to win 1, suffering 3 losses. Talk of an 87-5 loss to KCB, talk of a 97-6 loss to Menengai Oilers, a 123-0 loss to Cabras, and last weekend they won 50-17 to Daystar Falcons. That is how they have been able to perform these 10-time Kenya Cup champions Impala, as they go for that penalty, and the referee blows that twist to allow Mesha Kandale go for the 3 points. It bounces off the post. Not lucky. Collins Goko with a big carry, throwing his markers left, right and center. Has Impala missed that golden opportunity. Most yet to exit their 22 today. It has been a tough evening of Impala pinning them. Takes the ball. He's their open side wing, blind side wing, who kicks. That was Derek Kinyari, who's the co-captain for this side, with a big boot, but a mark call, ensuring that Most now can have that restart. Jersey number 15 going to do that. His kick, well taken by Keith Baraza, who plays in Andale to Quinto Ongo. Ongo targets that space behind the defense. He was looking for that space, but Most respond with a kick. They claim it again. Keith Baraza with the ball, goes down. Now it's Queen Toongo with the ball in hand. Chelsea Dami gains meters for them. The referee spots a turnover, and it's Most with a chance to exit their 22. Now Most are on that halfway mark line. First chance to play outside their own zone. They lose that one. Tyson Okoth with the ball in hand. Impala, before the new year, had only scored 11 points, but up to now they have now 66 points following that big win. We go back to that sport. Impala will be happy, Dev Maura, that they have played in the right areas so far.
Yes, indeed, it's a territorial game for Impala. So far, they're ticking all the boxes in terms of territory, pinning Moose back into their own half. Moose haven't really even sniffed Impala's half for more than maybe at 5 minutes. And kudos to Impala for maybe pinning Moose down. But remember, we've always talked about the terrain advantage here at Moose grounds. So I think this was expected. Going into the second half, we'll see how Moose will respond. But during this first few minutes, it's all Impala in the command. And there's Impala on the attack inside the Moose 22. The scrum tries to collect the ball, but the forwards says no. Big hit from the Moose center, goes down. Veron Kaburu will be looking to exit here. Passes on to his fullback. Who then again can't send the ball out in a required way. It's a straight out. They haven't really gained that many meters in their exit. Again, Impala deep inside Moose halves. With the line to come, Colin Samanga, maybe I see Impala forwards have been asked to maybe to enter into the warm-up early into the first half. Is this something that maybe you acknowledge, or what's your take on that?
Yes, they say proper or wins are really determined by how properly you warm up. And I'll give an example of a match that I've ever attended, a Kenya Cup match. If you remember, Homeboys 32, Kabras 12 in the Kenya Cup. That match Kabras lost because of warm-up, because they had really done their warm-up well, and minutes later the referee who had been assigned the match failed to turn up, so they had to change and bring another referee. So that meant that the momentum had gone the wrong way. And nowadays you see how, if you've been to their camp, you'll see how they take training very seriously, especially warm-up. They do a proper activation and to ensure that they don't do any mistakes. So warm-up is very crucial and integral for any team, as the referee calls for a penalty. A quick tap by Veron Kaburu, who opts to go head-on with his opponents. Remember, this is Scrummage Africa. Just to let you know that this match is at most grounds for the first time since hosting the Kenya Cup for the first time since that relegation where they lost 18-14 to MUST. I'll be giving you to Mwamba. I mean, I'll be giving you the dates, exact dates when that happened. So it's been years since we last had a Kenya Cup match here at MUST grounds. And finally we are back. Remember, MUST have not played a home match since they got back to Kenya Cup this season. Their first home match was supposed to be that match between them and Daystar, a repeat of the KRU Championship final, but it didn't happen, with Daystar requesting for a postponement to allow them attend or follow graduation and other issues that they had back at school. So that match is likely to be played in February, as the flags are lifted high to signal that MUST take a lead here at MUST grounds, once a fortress, especially the KRU Championship. In fact, Dave Mwaura, it is only Catholic monks and Daystar who managed to, no, Catholic monks only, because the Daystar match was not here. So the only side that won here in the last almost two seasons, Dave Mwaura in the KRU Championship.
Yes, indeed, MUST have been very, very solid in their home ground, not allowing opponents here taking points. And their first visit inside Impala's half results in the first pointers of the game. MUST going in with a drilling penalty, taking the lead 3-0, and maybe asking Impala some few questions, because Impala visited MUST territory without even gaining any advantage. But the moment MUST enters Impala's half, then the scores change to 3-0. MUST definitely will be looking to bank into the scores, the earlier scores, to maybe replicate those moments and start peeling away from the scores. Here's a MUST line out deep inside their own half. They'll be looking for a quick exit here, but Impala disrupts the line out. The scrum of passes it on to the flanker. Offload to the winger. The winger carries it big but goes down. Quick inside the rack is the scrum half. Quinto Ongo there spotting an overlap. The winger tries to go. The winger tries to go into contact but is brought down. Of course, the referee says it's an advantage to Impala. Caused the infringement. I think it was an offside. Impala there just consulting, trying to take in the option whether it's a scrum, whether it's a line out. I think they call in for a scrum. Very interesting bits here, Colin Samanga, because this is, I think, the fourth time Impala have come really well inside MUST half, but they haven't really responded well when it comes to scores. But immediately MUST enters Impala's half, they scored. Maybe what is the tactic for MUST?
You know, I always tell people that in 15s you better grab those 3 points, especially for a match like this. Any point will matter, and it is better to have 4 points first instead of going for that bonus point. So the best thing we've seen, even when South Africa won the World Cup, I think it is their first World Cup after a while, what happened is they were able to use their kickers very well. Remember, I'll give you an example of South Africa and Ireland. I think it was in 2024 back in South Africa, where Pollard kicked in almost 24 points from the boot. So the boot is very crucial as Impala drive most, and they gain now meters into that 22. A nice back-in pass by Tyson Otieno, who is the experienced player in this, and they sniff that touchline. They go under the post this time around. Dave Mwaura showing you that we have a response for your questions, and now they score under the post. That is Tyson Otieno, as Mesha Kandale adds the conversion for the visitors to lead 7-3 here at Masinde Muliro grounds. They have finally broken that deadlock. They have scored those 3 points, and more, they are up and running in this Dave Mwaura.
Yes, it did. It all started with that powerful scrum from the forwards. And after that, I think, using their terrain advantage, of course, their forwards were bullying MMUST defense. And Thomas Otieno there with a big carry, sniffing in the whitewash, going down for the first try of the game. Obviously, Impala here. Maybe surpassing MMUST in the scoreboard. Impala leading 7-3. MMUST are currently maybe shocked with the response from Impala.
Yes, sometimes if you don't, the perfect response is to have a converted try, and that is what they have gotten. And now we want to see what MMUST have on board. We talked about traveling, we talked about all those sort of things that are set to play a role. History puts these teams at even, because in the KRU Championship, as I gave you, it was even 1-1, and then in the Kenya Cup it was 1-1. So I'll be giving you the updates on these scores, how they were in the previous years as we move deep into this match. Already it is Impala up early on in this first half. After minutes of camping, it was MMUST who scored first, but now they trail as Andale's kick is direct to MMUST fly off. Time, a chance to counter attack. That is Masinde Muliro. Veron Kaburu the ball passes to his forward, who is big in terms of gaining, Collins Goko. But the referee had spotted infringement. Do they go for penalty or go for the corner, Dave Moura?
I think if they have a good kicker and they trust the kicker here, I'll definitely sure go for the post. And true to the words, they trust the kicker. The referee signals the TJs to go to the back of the H. Of course, MMUST will be looking for an extra 3 points here. Their fly have taken on the duties, the kicking duties. Sizes up the distance. The angle is not bad. The distance is what is the issue here. Takes his routine pause, looks at the H. And most players here in their breath. It's a nice kick, but he can't beat the angle as the kick sails wide. Current scores, Impala 7, MMUST 3.
Yes, that is Flavor Notio, former Cabras man, missing that kick. He has a good boot if his kicking is to go by today. In terms of clearance, he is a man who can gain several meters for you. As seen early today, Mesha Kandale with the ball in hand. Obvious. A number of people following this match, including former Cabras head coach Mzingaye Nyati, currently in South Africa. He is among those enjoying this fixture. You can also tell us where you're watching this from. Give us your updates, give us predictions. Teams do you think likely to win this encounter? Who is taking home maximum points here? Let us know at the comment section. Later on, you can be the match reports on scrummage.co.ke as referee calls back to that penalty for. And just to give you MMUST form, yes, University have played only 3. We've lost all. Talk of a 67-6 to champions Cabras. They later lost to Kenya Harlequin, and they were beaten 42-17 last weekend by varsity side. They were beaten by Black Blood last weekend. They are amongst this season, and this is a match they'll be looking to win, especially at home. They know that turning it around will be them. They have only 36 points this season, and they have conceded 133. Impala, as I told you, they had soaked in almost 10 points by match day 3, but they managed to respond with that big win against last weekend. Keep liking, keep sharing, keep sharing your comments about this encounter coming live to you at most. Fans not happy with that mishandling. This venue is hosting Kenya Cup for the first time since February 2023. That was 25th February 2023 when Masinde Muliro lost 18-14 to Mwamba in the final match of the season and got relegated. Just to give you numbers, as I had earlier mentioned, back to that sport. Just to tell you the history between these two sides, they have played. And the first match, or all the two Kenya Cup matches, have been in Nairobi. Impala playing against MMUST. That was on match day 9. That was on 17th July 2021. That being the 6th match of the season for MMUST. They managed to win 21-12 against Impala on the road. That was the first ever Kenya Cup meeting between these two sides. And that season, the students, called them Makaka, were able to give a good account of themselves. Only Cabras managed 50 points past them. KCB only got 22 points past them. Strathmore got 33 points against them. Oilers got only 24 points against them. And that season, they drew with Queens, beat Black Blood, beat Impala, beat Mwamba. That season, it was 2021 and there was no relegation. Then later on, they faced Impala the second season. That was 2021-2022 season. Impala winning 44-13 in the final match of the season. That was match day 11. It was Saturday, 26th February 2022. That season, Makaka had beaten Nakuru, Black Blood, Homeboys, Nondis. In the final season, there was no Impala because they had been relegated. But in that season, Makaka managed to beat Homeboys. Those were some of their wins. So, for the students, this is their 36th match in Kenya Cup. This is their 36th match in Kenya Cup since 2021. They have played several matches against big sides. They have been able to beat established sides as Bahati goes down. They are chasing to turn around this score. Veronica Buru with an isolated prop placing him in. They managed to keep the ball. Collins Goko, the co-captain of this side, still chasing. Most plays in Flavian Otio, who knocks on the ball. Flavian Otio was one of the top performers for the Shali Shield side at Cabras pre-COVID. He later moved on and joined the neighbors. Impala looking now to punish Must following that knock-on. They also nearly knocked it on. Tyson Otieno manages to keep the possession, throws it to Mesha Kandale. Referee spots a knock-on, and it will be a scrum. Most, I can say, Most survived that one. Before this match, just to let you know how the bottom of the table looks like. Before that scrum, that is the bottom of the table. Kisumu on bottom with no points, Daystar no points, Most no points. Impala first win puts them at position 9 with 5 points, and Nakuru have 9 points. Most again with a loose ball. Referee penalizes Impala for that. Just to let you know that Impala won their the first edition of Kenya Cup, that is 1970, and they went on to win it in 1971, 1972, 1973 and 1974, among few sides to win a 5-peat in Kenya Cup. Other sides that have done a 5-peat in Kenya Cup include Nondis, Cabras, hoping to become the third side to do a 5-peat in Kenya Cup should they win this season. But a lot of meters to gain, still more matches to play, a lot can change later in the season. Just to give you the championship meetings, at 27-7 when they last met here in January 2024, and later Impala winning at Kakamega Showground 11-12. Quinto Ongo booting all the 4 penalties. That was on 23rd March 2024, helping Impala regain promotion back to Kenya Cup. That was a disappointing evening for Most. Obvious. Washington Ombima missing a number of kicks. They visit this territory this time round. Collins Goko with an offload to his hooker in jersey 25. He picks that ball for a quick pick. Impala on the back foot. Still pushing harder is Masinde Mriro. Still fighting. MMUST still grinding. They want it. They can see the try line, but they have to beat those 15 men to get to that try line. Still fighting their way through. Masinde Muliro, they get that penalty. What decision do they go for? The referee calls for the teams to calm. What decision do they go for at this point after getting that penalty? A medical break. Remember to keep on liking, keep on subscribing and sharing this live stream to friends and family. This is Scrummage Africa coming live to you from MMUST grounds. Thanks to MMUST giving us this opportunity, and Zabab Studio Apartments and Scrummage Barber Shop for supporting us for this. Has MMUST dive over through their hooker. Call him Caleb Owino. Caleb Owino puts MMUST ahead with a conversion to come, leading by 1 point. Flavian Otio going for that conversion. His kick is on point, and Impala are behind with 3 points. An interesting encounter. Each team knows how important these points will be for them. MMUST now lead here, currently leading here at MMUST grounds, once a fortress. At this venue, they have been able to claim scalps of several teams, and now they lead. But they know they still have a mountain to climb. It's just the first half. It's just 3 points separating these two sides. This is becoming a seesaw encounter. Scores exchanging hands. But we will say most half has been the beehive of activity as Flavian Otio goes for that big boot, fielded by Quintongo, who is wrestled down. Keith Baraza releases Imela. A penalty for, no, it's a turnover for the students. Veronica Buru placing his co-captain Goko. Goko, this time round, he's taken down. And a box kick by Goko, and it goes straight out of play, meaning we go back to this spot. What an interesting moment there. The hooker going for the ball and is being greeted by most forward. Tyson helps most to retain that possession. And just to let you know that overall head-to-head, in all competitions, 4 matches played, 2 wins apiece. Total points scored 75 for Impala, 72 for most. It is the Kenya Cup that has produced high scores. Kenya Cup fixture between these two sides. Talk of that 44-13. As the referee calls it back. The championship matches were tighter for these two sides. Mesha Kandale targeting that corner. They want to test most on the line out. Just to let you know, it's 26 points for Oilers against Nakuru in the Nakuru Derby. As we go to the break, both sides separated by just 3 points. Dave Maura, maybe what are your thoughts on the first half and the performance from the both sides?
Yeah, two teams that have been looking for the win, and so far so good for both sides. It's a slim lead for Moose, currently leading 10-7. Impala have really camped inside Moose half, but they've only managed to score maybe 1 try. Moose, on the other hand, they've had a penalty and a good try for them. During the second half, the terrain will favor Moose because Moose, as we've said, Moose watakuwa na teremsha, and I've been looking at their bench and I've seen some of the key players like Bevan Okoth, the marauding winger, very good on the carries, has wheels. He's on the bench, so he's here warming up. Bevan Okoth, of course, Nelson Makoha, the new acquisition from Western Bulls. It will be really exciting to see how Moose will be using that advantage. Will be using that to the advantage. On the other hand, Impala have stayed really disciplined. They've had a couple of their moments, but like you've said, the first half during the Menenga last Moose ESS game, it's just about composure to maybe Impala side, and maybe they'll manage to maybe get the points that they're looking for.
So, Dev, it was a match that we'll say maybe if we had heat maps, they'll be in Impala in most zone. Should we blame it on terrain? Should we play it on territory or the strength that Impala maybe had early on?
From what I've observed, I've seen that the Impala scrum is really strong, and kudos to them. They've had the territorial advantage, but things as it stands, things are really going Must's way. I think Must came into this account looking to lead maybe during halftime. They wanted to be in the lead and maybe use the terrain advantage during the second half. So far so good for Must. I think everything they've worked for in the first half, the coach's instruction maybe was to lead, make sure they're leading going into the halftime. And I think that is what they've done, and the coach will be really pleased. Going into the second half, I don't see how maybe Impala will challenge this terrain advantage, and it will be really interesting to see, because they started well, they scored, but moment of lapses, and they're currently trailing by 3 points. So let's wait and see.
Okay, some of interesting first half that we have had early on. We've seen obvious Must fight hard to score a late deep in the first half to be able to lead this encounter. Impala had spells of possession, and they only managed to score a converted try. So second half, a big second half coming up. Dave Maura, and maybe you talked of the likes of Kina Bevon still on the bench. If I check for some of the names still on the bench for both sides, we will say both teams have proper names. Talk of Bevon still on the bench, Simon Buluku still on the bench, Nelly Omkuba, who you said was signed from Bulls, still on the bench. Maybe to add that one, Ishmael Karanja also still on the bench. So they still have Samuel Chaka still on the bench, that is for Masinde Muliro University. So they still have a number of guys on this bench that can help turn around the results. But again, the other side, we will say that Impala also have their men really looking maybe to bring that or to boost that second half. Talk of new signing Boniface Ogut, Eric Mudama, a very good player. They have Henry Rabach, they have Joshua Matasi. I think Joshua Matasi was with the Kenya Under-20. Talk of Jason Michael, Tariq Ngige, Eddie Otieno are some of the names that are still on the bench. Dave Maura, maybe having watched the first half and the players still on the bench, where do you think the second half would be won?
Looking at both sides and the bench, I think the second half obviously will be won in terms of, first of all, in terms of discipline. But the key area that will be really playing along is the territory. The team that will have the best territory here will go on to win this game. So for Impala, I think they are playing at a disadvantage in the second half. So if Must continue to camp inside Impala's half, they'll obviously win it. I'm looking at their bench, obviously, looking at Nelly Mkuba, signed from, I think it was it in Segalagala? And also Bethel Sunguti, one of the key players this season, starting at the bench. A very big forward, very good in runs, very disciplined in terms of racks, and he can also rope in terms of maybe the line out. So for Must, they'll be using the key advantage, of course, the territory, and it will be really hard for Impala to counter that. So I think this second half, the game will be won in terms of territory, and I think Must have that advantage.
Okay, let's also see what the home fans on the screen will be bringing on board, especially if we go into deep into that half. Already, it was a first half that was tied, and we really expected that one, bearing in mind that Impala were off a very big win, Must for the first time since February 2023, having a home match, a kick-up home match. They will want to start at home strongly. So a big second half coming up in few minutes from now. Let's see what Coach Jonas Silam and his counterpart from Impala will be having in mind, and what we'll have told the teams as we head into second half. So keep it the scrummage, keep subscribing, liking and sharing, and I'll be checking around to give you the updates on other matches. I had told you that Impala, here we have MMUST leading 10-7, and then on your screen there it's the Impala squad. Other matches to check out for at the moment: Queens it is surprising that Queens and KCB was tied at 7-7 at some point. Deeper into the first half, would we maybe say they are missing that result has surprised me, okay. But yes, a lot of surprising results, but in Nakuru I said they were leading 26-7, that is Menengai Oilers chasing that consecutive win over Nakuru in that Nakuru derby. Yes, early on, I'll dip into that first half. Queens and Impala, in fact it is halftime, they are tied. Queens and KCB are tied at 7-7. A shocking results, Dave Moura.
Yeah, definitely this is a very, very shocking result. Sorry about that. I thought KCB will be maybe having an easy maybe afternoon against Queens, but alas, this is a very, very shocking result. I think Queens will be looking maybe to upset KCB's run, and I think it's good for them. They've been really not up to par in terms of their performance, especially after bringing in the likes of Patrice Agunda, etc. We've been really looking forward to see that change. They've had a massive exodus of players, and I think we're looking at that bounce back because Queens has been a team that one of the top teams in this country for the last maybe 3-4 seasons. Going against teams like Abras, of course, KCB, Oilers, Queens has been in that conversation. Also banking on their history, they're a very, very good side. So for KCB, I don't know what's not maybe clicking at the moment, but it's going to be a very, very exciting second half.
Okay, at Daystar, Kisumu trailed by 3 points. Daystar leading 17-14. Nondi is leading 18-3. MMUST here leading 10-7. And KCB obvious 7-7. So interesting scores here, right there. No one will have expected maybe some of the scores to be as they are right now. But yeah, let's see the big second half coming up for both sides, or for all the sides. 4 matches being played today here in the country. Not 4, but 5 matches. 1 match was played yesterday where Cabras won 81-21. And looking at that, it seems like Cabras are going to stay top of the table if today's results are to go by, because Menengai Oilers needed at least over 100 points over Nakuru to go top. So it means Cabras are likely to stay top, and with KCB trailing tied held at halftime, then we have a big second half coming up. Patrice Agunda obviously wanting to turn it around, having been beaten heavily in that pre-season friendly match. And that is how months can turn, days can turn. As we wait for that second half to resume, just to remind you of the form for both teams. That is the form or how this fixture has been played, how it has panned out in the previous seasons. K-Cup meetings there at the top, and then KRU Championship meetings also coming at the bottom. Impala, the last side to beat MUST in this fixture. That was a 11-12 loss for MUST. I repeat, it was a painful loss for the students. Also, to let you know that a win for Masinde Muliro could send them to position, or could see them stay at position 10, but that will depend on how Daystar and Kisumu play out. Kisumu currently trailing 17-14. Also, the Impala form will be coming shortly on your screen. They have conceded 324 points, scoring 61. And now they are chasing their second win. So that is Impala's form heading to this encounter. Much talking points in the second half. Much to say. Previously we've been told that MUST, when playing left to right, and then in the second half right to left, they are always a tough team to stop. That is why I told you at some point this was a fortress. Only Catholic monks managed to grind a win here in the KRU Championship. Teams back for the second half. Again, teams back for the second half. I'll ask the same question I asked you in the previous match, Dave Moura. Impala, MUST, are they still in this match?
Yes, indeed. The gap is very, very slim. 3 points, a 3-pointer game is still very, very much on. I think Impala is still in this game. They've had the few moments during the first half, some few maybe run-ins, some few good maybe rugby. So they're still in this game. For MUST, it's just to hold, contain their opponents. As I've said, maybe push them further down into their 22, keep them there, hold them there, and wait for the opportunity to maybe to come. But at the moment, I think both teams, Impala, they're trailing, but a 3-pointer game is the game is still on. As MUST, of course, reading their second half mantra, MUST Tuko, I think you've heard it. This time it will be MUST with Flavor Notio restarting the second half. Remember, if you're joining us, this is Kenya Cup match pitting MUST RFC against Impala. Current scores, MUST leading 10-7. Flavor Notio with the restart. He's being sent some few instructions from the touchline here. Tells the other players to maybe step a few steps back, as is the law. The referee currently looking at the touch judges to make sure that everything is set before the game commences. Whistle is on, and Flavor Notio sends it to the left, high and deep inside Impala's 22, recollected by the Impala player. Goes into a big contract there against MUST prop. Impala will be looking for an exit here. MUST tries to turn over the game, but Keith is quick in that track, picks the ball, but goes down. As MUST player goes down, the medics will be called here. MUST number 5 has gotten up. Most with the attack here at the wing. John Baraka may be going down, trying to crack the defense, but it's not happening. Ochieng there with the big carry. Pass from Baron Kaburu.
Most seems they have been told to go for early points. Flavor Notio with a dummy. Try for Masinde Muliro University. Flavor Notio selling a dummy off the track. Leaves Impala players throwing blame at each other, and they finally extend that lead. I think this is what the coach wanted, Dev Moura.
Definitely, yes, indeed. And even before the second half had started, I had earlier mentioned that it's just a territorial game. Pin them back deep into their own half, and maybe wait for an opportunity. And Flavor Notio there, tickling with Impala's defense, sending a dummy, finding the gap and going on to score. He'll be trying to convert his own try here. Flavor Notio, former Cabras player, had some good stints back at Cabras. Takes his routine pose, sizes up the angle and the distance to the H. Flavor Notio looking toward the extras to the point. And the kick is good. Flavor Notio adds two more points to the Moose score. Scores and of course converts his own try.
20.
Moose currently leading.
27.
Moose currently leading 17-7. Moose currently leading 17-7. Moose banking on their terrain advantage, of course, making it look easy against a very resolute Impala's defense. So been very resolute in the second half. Mesha Kandale there with the high kick. It has been recollected with Impala. Goes down. Keith with the ball now. Sends it to the forward. Big tackle from the Moose defense here. Trying to create an overlap. But Keith is quick to the rack. Quinto Ongo instructs him. Let's go to the blind side. Moose tries to steal the ball. But then again, the ref calls in for an infringement from Moose player. Calls for an offside.
Impala decide to go for points. They have been rattled at halftime, immediately after halftime. Mesha Kandale going for that kick. Mesha Kandale, as the fans try to distract him, his kick is off the target, but they managed to arrest Collins Goko following that troubled kick, and they will have a scrum. They go for that, they go strong in that scrum. Referee calls for a try. Impala have had an immediate response. It is from their back rower. With a conversion to come, it is the man in jersey 7. I think it's Victor Impala. With the scores now changing to 12 with a conversion to come. He misses that kick and must have a relief. Impala started strong, but they are still in this game. Following that try, the try coming at a perfect time. Immediately after conceding, they managed to respond with a try. So, going by the halftime results, only Menengai Oilers have picked a bonus at first half. Tight encounters all over. Remember to like, subscribe, and share this live stream to friends and family as we continue enjoying this fixture coming live to you on Scrummage Africa. You can also get the halftime scores on our socials. Most choosing to go for 3 points. That is Flavor Notio. He has been big off the boot, though he missed one. Otio's kick bounces off the post, and we move to 20 points. 20 points separating now these two sides. Not 20 points, but 8 points now. Separating these sides, most leading Impala 20 points. Scrum for most. A scrum for Most. Decides to kick deep into that space. Kinyari claims it well, plays in Quinto Ongo. Quinto Ongo targets space on the outside, well claimed by Most winger, who gains space, tackled by Makia. Some of the players that have been silent in this match, Makia, talk of Quinto Ongo. If you check even the jerseys, you'll realize that the forwards have done much of the work. Dave Mwaura, if you look at their jerseys.
Yes, indeed. Of course, as you've said earlier in the game, rugby is a game of forwards, and if you look at the jerseys, the forwards, you cannot even differentiate them. All of them are covered in that. Of course, huge shout out to Must, number 8 there, Richard Ochieng, former Bungoma High School player. He has had some big carries in this Must side. Obviously a student here at Musa FC. Big in stature but young in age. And as they always say in rugby, age is not a number. Scrum feed to Impala. Cape feeds in the scrum. Impala tries to outmuscle Must, but it's Cape who sets up Andale for the exit. Andale big kick, but it is recollected by the Must winger. Gains some few spaces, but is brought down. Sets up for Veron Kaburu to Richard Ochieng. Richard Ochieng at the center. There goes John Bahati. John Bahati, a long-serving servant here at Musa FC, but he goes out to touch. It's the TJ signals for a Impala line out. Maybe Colin Samanga, as we talked about territorial play, must have really pinned Impala deep into their own half. And so far so good for them. They've maybe scored and had some points to their tally.
Yes. I think maybe the terrain is becoming very important for the sides, because if you check the first half and right now, it is being crucial that most have stayed in this. Again, if we had a heat map, then we'll have this half being much of our action today in the second half. So early on, second half going on. Eight points separating these two sides. Impala lose the ball. Quinto Ongo, you can see his reaction there. Not happy with how they lost the ball. Remember to keep on giving us predictions. On who you think is going to win this fixture. Scrum for Most. Flaviano Tio with the backline move there. They speed up their attack. Otio again playing in. The man in jersey number 8 who sends his marker flying. Most really wowing the fans, though that pass is driving them several meters. They really mean business. Otio with a kick behind the defense, straight to Quinto Ongo. Quinto decide to kick it behind the defense. Again, it's Otio. Otio opts to play. Most sending big hits, but the referee spots a leading arm, penalizes Most for that. It will be now the disadvantage of playing in the wrong territory, because playing in their own zone can be costly should they trim this gap to 15 points. Dave Maura, I think Most should play in the right areas.
Yes, indeed. We've been talking about the territorial play, and I think this is the first time after the try that Impala have visited maybe MUST 22 in the second half, as Moses Andale goes for the line out there inside MUST 22. The referee marks where the jumpers will stand. Collins Ngoko asking him, Ukushwani hapa? The referee says it's here. If you hear the cheers, that's just one Mr. Ochieng with a big carry there, exciting the home fans here as the roars of the crowd sends a chill down inside Impala's bench. Impala's bench have been quiet for a while. We've been hearing them maybe encouraging their players. But deep into the second half, maybe they've started to see that the game is not going their way. As Keith recollects the ball, sends it wide. Big carry from the winger, but he has been arrested and bundled out of the game. Who's a referee? Maybe trying to tell Impala that this is our home turf and we control the game, Colin Samanga.
Yes, and the fans know how to react to those big moments. They are really cheering those big moments. Maybe if you're not careful, you will now start playing to the fans' tune. Yeah, that is the beauty of having fans. They keep on igniting. Impala have been good in scrums, especially against MUST, driving severally. In fact, including that try that they scored, they bullied MUST in those scrums, and they have another one. MUST started shoving before the ball was put in, and they are penalized for that. Should Impala score? Not yet there, not yet there. That is Keith with the ball, but they lose possession, but the referee goes back to that spot. Pulling Impala back to that spot. Impala decide to go for 3 points, maybe to just cut it to 5 points gap. And if they don't win, at least they have a bonus. Andale adds 3 points on board. And now we move to 15 points to 20. With almost 20 minutes now played, Dave Maura. Impala have 2 tries here, all coming from the forwards. All coming from the forwards, and it was Billy Arigi scoring the second try. Fumbles there. A scrum for MUST. As scaffolds ensue, and the referee dishes out a red card. Referee dishes out a red card. A red card dished out by the referee.
Na confirm tunakuambia. Sasa niko kwa na record game. Tuongea baadaye.
Now it's going to bring or to change these scores, or to change how this game will be managed now. Most losing Fidel Simba to a red card. As Quinto Ongo and Kinyari attack on the left side. Interesting turn of events here. Imela to Makia. Makia goes down. Impala fueled by that. As MMUST concede another penalty, Dev Maura, maybe they are running out of discipline.
Yes, indeed. These are the times when you need composure, and they've really started the second half well, but so far things have not been clicking for them. Of course, the frustrations of the red card, coupled with the maybe games, maybe management. I think this is the time the captain needs to come into place. I can see Collins Ngoko lashing out at his compatriot, the first compatriot there. I think this is the time they need to maybe to compose themselves and stay disciplined, because Impala are knocking and it's a 5-pointer game. Definitely, if they maybe don't manage the game very well, Impala will be walking away with the points here.
If you are the coach and you see a red at this point, what do you do, or how do you turn around to ensure that you hold on that 5-point lead?
Of course, as the coach, will be looking maybe to contain the game. At this point, maybe all I can do, since the red card is a forward, all I can do is maybe just tell my players to hold the game as much as possible. Stay disciplined as much as possible. Just try to maybe avoid silly penalties, and just maybe play on the territorial again. I've talked about territory for a better part, and I think this is the part where they need maybe to play inside the territory. As MMUST wins a turnover there amid the cheers of the crowd, the referee calls in the TJ for some consultation. MMUST, of course, Collins Ngoko will be looking maybe to consult with his management. Evan Okoth comes in, slotting at center. As Bevan Okoth, he's a favorite here. Goes onto the wing as John Batty was playing in the wing. Comes in into his favorite position, the center. Well-known John Bahati to play at the center. Today started at the wing as Bevan Okoth replaces him in the wing. MMUST looking to go out and attack this late into the game, despite having that numerical deficit. Bevan Okoth, good winger, very powerful on the run. Very dangerous guy, and Impala will be looking to keep him on toes. Lepanotio tries to go on for the line out. But the kick is not successful. They'll have a 22 meters dropout to Impala. Impala on their own are making their own substitution, bringing in the bomb squad, trying maybe to counter most forward surge and maybe take on to reclaim the seat. As the score stands, MMUST 20, Impala 15. Colin Samanga.
Yes, after the red card, the kick does not go their way. They were happy with that turnover. Now they have again to work a way out to gain points from this or maintain the lead as changes are made on the defense. MMUST making their changes also Impala. Mesha Kandale goes with a kick behind the defense. In the right areas. Following that, they know they have numerical disadvantage. So they have to do all it takes to hold on that lead or add more points. As you can see there on your screens, MMUST co-captain Veron Kaburu asking for how many minutes are remaining. Impala pick it, go down. MMUST must be very disciplined as the replacement hooker goes into contact. Mesha Kandale with that pass. Impala still holding on. Told you this is among few sides to win a 5-pit in Kenya Cup. If we go to the 5-pit table, then we'll have Impala and Nondi Stocking as Cabras hopes to join the table. He completes the first. Impala still holding on to that possession. Imela plays in. Okoth. Now MMUST have managed to get a turnover, but they must again exit their territory to avoid problems as Collins Goko picks that ball, gains ground. A penalty for not rolling away. Quickly tapped. MMUST now have the urgency. Bahati with the ball goes into contact, isolated. A penalty. Another penalty. Now milking a penalty after penalty. The technical zone is heated. I'll say pressure after pressure. It's getting hot like a heater. Flavian Otio is hands over kicking duties. Simon Buluku decides to go for a massive kick deep in his 10-meter. He understands that pressure will still be on Impala to clear their lines should he miss that kick. So all he has to do is to put all the required energy to ensure that the ball crosses, or they have that 22-meter dropout should they miss that kick. He goes for the power. He has it. Bounces under the post. And as I said, they know that Impala will be kicking possession to them. So They are happy with that despite missing that kick. They lead with a gap of 5 points. What a match. A 22 report by Impala, claimed by, not yet, now claimed by Bahati, who dummies a kick. They scramble to secure that one. Now it is that man with a big boot, call him Flavian Otio, who earns that 50-22. I mentioned earlier on that this man Flavian Otio looks like that man with a big boot. Now he has to add accuracy to that. But again, he has scored a try, a conversion, a penalty for most. Talk of Flavian Otio. He's somebody who has played a major role so far in this encounter. Most still contesting, still battling their way. They are chasing for another try. A big bump off from Omukuba, who has just come in. They now attack the left side. Pressure after pressure. And the referee spots a forward pass. Pressure mounting. Fans on ground also want to get a glimpse of what is happening at the corner, and they keep moving with the action. That shows that shows the level of tension here at most grounds. Still 2015. Stop watch up.
Ni last play.
Confirm. As the replacement scrum half is yellow carded for blocking that quick start of play. There you go for a corner, for the corner. Tense final minutes. Impala still that line out. Now they can have a sigh of relief. Chomoa hii kamba ilienda na sepa. Hii.
By the way,
Chomoa kwanza. Hapo black. Sema chomoa tu. Bado. Sawa. Iko sawa? Watu wa kamba ndio walienda naye.
Atila! Time bana! Atila! Atila! Kolo,
Impala have a fine chance to attack again in the final minutes of this encounter. They drive that scrum and Ale beats offloads a big carry, but they lose possession and Moose now have gained that possession. They know how important keeping the ball will be for them as the scrum half is held high. Hands, tension, pressure, and all sorts of things happening here on the touchline. Emotions are overtaking everybody and even giving the referees a chance, a difficult time to control the emotions and the technical zone. Impala had a strong shove, but Most managed to have it out and kicked it. They bundle Impala out of play. Still temperatures rising. The referee still feels like he has more minutes to play. What an evening.
Hiyo ni ile mtu alipigwa ni mbaya. Hebu nione.
Ile nani ya kono.
The referee calls for fans to step back.
Nimeonyesha kitambo sana. Sasa nimeonyesha. Hata kama ni chama au tumeshaisha.
Ndio ukiambia msingi ya mapanda.
Wacheze nini? Tumeisha.
Ndio hiyo.
Kwambie. Hata mtu kutaka kwambie. Kama hiyo tumeisha. Time ilisha. Msiseme ati ni time ilisha. Game ilisha. Time out ilisha hapa. Yes. Game imeisha. Paka hata time out tumepeana. Imeisha. Alafu nataka kutuambia nini? Official yetu hapo nataka kutuambia nini? Official yetu ndio mbaya, nataka kutuambia nini kama time ilisha. Na game ilisha. That is true. Hiyo ni ukweli. Sisi mnaongea sima fanya tunaumia kwa mchezo.
Waambie hivi. Waambie fans wanaumia. Fans wanaumia kushinda player. Waambie. Ni fans ndio wanaumia. Fans ndio wanaumia. Hata fans wanaumia saa hii.
Mfano wanaumia.
Knock on. Impala have a chance to fight back. The final minutes of the encounter. Impala down to 14. Impala MMUST also down to 14 following a red card. And
check. Wewe umeka juu itaanza kusumbua.
Impala with another strong scrum. A big boot for Impala. A contestable one. Goes behind the blind side winger. Gains meters. They play in Bevon Okoth, who is now in contact. Referee stops it and dishes another red card. What a dramatic encounter here. MMUST now. Have a one-man advantage despite seeing red early on. They decide to go for a penalty. Buluku with that. Substitute prop being sent off as we go for another 22-meter dropout. Fans getting impatient. They want this match to end. MMUST leading with 5 points, and they know the stakes are high because MMUST win will mean that they can at least stay at 10th depending on other results, and maybe if I have to check the other results and inform you, and inform you the referee is still playing. Just to inform you other results across the country, Menengai Oilers leading 48-10 against Nakuru FC, KCB leading 17-12 against Kenya Harlequin, and then Nondis have been beaten by Black Blood 18-23, Daystar leading 41-28 against Kisumu Devmora.
Wow, that's I think the result of the weekend. I think Kisumu traveling would have been very costly for them, of course, in terms of trailing the players etc. So they are registering their first win. Impala registering their first win. MMUST registering also their first win. It is very, very exciting at the relegation battle, Colin Samanga.
Okay, MMUST really understand. They also have to pick points here, and that will turn around how the table will look like. Okoth goes into contact. Impala only know that they need 7, and should they get 7, they will be able to win this match, and they get that penalty. Referee again dishing another card. Now it's 13 against 14. What a ton of events here. What a contest. KCB now moved to 24 points. Finally, they pick that bonus, but Queens will be happy. A man down, he will have to get medication. So, meaning we still have playtime here. At most grounds. Tyson, having given his all. They managed to field the ball. Flavor Notio responds with kick. He knows that he has to play in the right territory. A turnover for Masinde Muliro. A big run for MMUST. And the referee ends the match. Finally, Masinde Muliro on their return to Kenya Cup home, first ever home match. They managed to pick maximum points. Not maximum points, but they managed to pick a win. They managed to pick a win here for the first time since February 2023 when they played Mwamba. They get to play at home for the first time. Remember, the Daystar match was postponed, and now they managed to pick those maximum points. It has been a match that was full of drama. Yes, a match that has been full of emotions, full of everything, full of drama. We get to speak to Impala coach, maybe coach, after a very big results last weekend, you come here to Masinde Muliro and you managed to pick a losing bonus. What do you say about the match?
The game of rugby is an interesting game. It depends on who wants it more. So I think today Masinde Muliro wanted it more, and they capitalized on a bunch of our mistakes. And yeah, it's the nature of the game. It's sports. Some you win, some you lose. It's a painful loss, especially after last week. But we take the 1 point to strategize and go again next week.
Obvious, it is one of the matches that you will have loved to pick maximum points, but now you only get one. Now, what does it shape your season? How does it shape your season heading to the next fixtures?
It's very interesting and very hard to say how it shapes our season because you never know. It's a game of rugby. It's a sport of rugby, and you never know what can happen next week and the week after that. And also, I believe Masinde Muliro also has tougher opponents ahead of them. So for both sides, we don't know how it's going to play out. All we can do is just take the next, I think, 6 games and see how it goes.
Okay, maybe finally, you had a very tough start, obviously conceding up to 300 points. But again, looking at putting 50 points past Daystar and then the contest here, obviously this is one of the toughest venues to play at. And now you've seen that improvement. Maybe what is the reason behind that change of play by Impala?
I don't know. You see, also I can put it down to traveling as well. We have had a bunch of travels. We've traveled a couple of times in our first 5 games. I think we've traveled 3 times. So that takes a toll. Rugby players are big boys, and being in a bus for a couple of hours also takes its toll. And we keep traveling, and there's nothing much you can do. That's how the fixtures came, and I think that also is something to say, but at the end of the day, it's the person who wanted it more. And today, it's Masinde Muliro who wanted it more. Congratulations to them.
Talking of traveling, again, you have to travel to Kisumu, I think.
If I say anything, I'll be in trouble. Okay. So all we can say is, hey, we will travel. There's nothing much you can do. There are higher powers that dictate how we play and where we play, when we play, and they decided we should travel 2 weeks in a row. We can't do anything. We just take it like men. We are men. We just travel and put our honest 80 and hope for the best outcome. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Coach. Maybe you just remind us your name.
My name is Onsongo Demoya. I'm not the coach. I am a forwards coach for Impala. Our coach is Malik Ndemi.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Coach.
Thank you.
So. That is from the Impala forwards coach. We will get to hear from Masinde Muliro, University coach, on his thoughts on this game. But before he gets here, then we will just relook into the match. Obviously, a match that Masinde Muliro scored first, and then Impala responded with that converted try, and then it swing again back to Impala to Most, where Most managed to get a converted try to lead 10 points. Now in the second half, it was Most who came stronger and managed to turn it around, and now they have been able to win this match on return to K Cup at home. Remember, this was their first match at home, that match against Daystar being postponed. And now they have been able to grind a win here despite a red card. Obviously, Impala will also say they had a red card. And that has been the outcome of this match. So we will be waiting to hear from Masinde Muliro University coach, John Asila, after grinding that first win. And then we will be ending our broadcast today. Once we get to hear from Asila, we'll be ending this live broadcast. We've been here since 1 p.m. bringing you live this match on Scrummage TV. Remember to like, subscribe, share, and invite friends to watch this one. I know some of them may be missed because of different issues. You can continue watching and enjoying this fixture as John Asila walks in, maybe to tell us what are his thoughts on this match where they have been able to grind a win despite the drama that we have had in this encounter. So, MMUST head coach Jonas Hila with a question about the other results. But coach, first return at home, first Kenya Cup match since February 2023, and you managed to grind a win. What are your thoughts on this match, coach?
I want to enjoy the players to enjoy the moment. We worked hard, not where we wanted to be, but I think they wanted it more. We needed to have it for us to get back to the mood. It's a very young side. Most of the guys have never played Kenya Cup. This is their first time to play Kenya Cup, their first season. We have lost many players even in the last year, but I think they're picking up. I hope we'll settle. I hope the young guys who played the earlier match against Oilers will pick up, because when you're young, age is on your side, and if you want it, you'll always get it. And that's the spirit of MMUST. We want to keep working hard. We want to keep on hitting the right targets. Yes.
Yes, doing my analysis, I saw that most of the players that were part of your crucial campaign in 2021, 2022, and later on in 2023 when MMUST was relegated, most of them have left the club. In fact, we can say 99% of them have left the club. So how is it tough to keep on rebuilding each and every time? Because, you know, for university, you only have these students for 4 years and maybe an extra year if they will mind to stay.
It's a hard job. But that's what we wanted. It's also always nice to see the young players grow, become mature, and go to play for the national team or other clubs. Cannot say bigger because MMUST is big. But it's a nice process. You always want to wish them all the best, and we want to welcome the younger guys. And I usually tell the younger guys, pass through an institution like MMUST, and it will give you the experience to go and play those clubs you want, or the national team, because here we nurture you and we nurture you the education. So I think it's a painful thing to lose players when they go, because at times you are bond with them, they are your friends. But it's a nice thing making new friends always. I don't know how many friends I have, but it's a nice process.
Yeah. Then, coach, talking of that, we've seen Impala playing the likes of Makia, likes of Quinto. These are people who have even featured in the Kenya Cup final, and those we know Impala have won Kenya Cup 10 times. A very solid squad that they come with very experienced names here. So having your young players maybe play against these guys, can we say it is a source of inspiration and maybe picking wins against them?
Yeah, I know most of them don't know the names you're calling because they are very young. Maybe by the time these guys were playing for national team and winning Kenya Cup, they were still in primary school. So I hope they'll understand, but I believe it's a good inspiration. We still have some work to do, a lot of work to do. But I think it's a good motivation for them. It will give them the confidence they need to believe in themselves. And that's very key. For me, they believe in themselves, believe in the process, believe in what you're training is very key. Yes.
Okay. Congratulations, coach, for your first win. Okay. You can join the team for the rest of celebration. So that is Masinde Muliro, coach, there with his comments on this. And they have grinded that win despite those red cards. And now we end this a number of side shows here and there. Okay, and we end this at this point. Thank you very much for tuning in. We meet again next Saturday with the next match. We'll be informing you which match we'll be bringing live to you. Thank you for being with us since 1 p.m. Moura.